Well, good morning, everyone. Today we start collective bargaining negotiations between the City of San Antonio and the San Antonio Police Officers Association. We know this is a very important contract for our officers, for the association, and also for the City of San Antonio. So we are looking forward to working with the association in the upcoming sessions. Before we introduce our teams, our City Manager, Eric Walsh, is here, so he wants to address the teams.
Thanks, Maria. Good morning. I want you all to know, much to maybe Danny's chagrin, I consider you all city employees before union members. Understand the challenges of the job. I think that the San Antonio Police Department has enjoyed really good standing in terms of the community, and that's extremely important to us. We understand that as a major employer with 13,500 employees, that making sure that we're recruiting, retaining, compensating employees is key. We do not want to be in the position of other cities. And that's fortunate. It's a balance ultimately, and that's what this process is for. For those of you that have gone through it before, I know some of you have. Chris Ludden had black hair when he started doing this. It's a necessary process, but we understand that in terms of compensation, conditions of employment, hours of work, and those basics, that this is as important to you all and our entire police department as it is to us as your employer. By far, you will see, and for those of you that went through this last time, Maria Villagomez will be our lead negotiator, along with Liz Provencio. And in tandem, it is a fierce and effective and efficient duo. So ultimately, I know there will be disagreements as we go through that process, and that's why there's a big long table and we have breakout rooms. But at the end of the day, the goal is to get to an agreement that is something that you all can take back to the officers and that we can take to City Council. But I just want you to know that we're gonna be very focused on this, and know that we'll work hard to get an agreement. And I know your side will do the same. And the end goal is to be effective, efficient, and make sure that all of the officers have some certainty in terms of what those compensation, hours of work, and conditions of employment are. I'll ask Danny if he wants to say anything, and then maybe you can do the roundtable introductions.
Thanks, sure. So I guess it's safe to say, kind of stole my thunder when you mentioned certain things, right? Retention, compensation, and hours of work. It's vital for us to continue to be the successful department that we are, leading department, police department in the United States. We've been at it. Team has been at it for about 8 months now. Been very rigorous on getting the job done and coming up with something that is good not only for our officers, the city, but our community, because that's what we're here for, is to protect this community. We need to make sure that they're not forgotten in this entire process. So thank you for y'all's hard work. Looking forward to a timely solution so that we can take it back to our networks and go from there.
Thank you, Danny, and thank you, Eric. And Chris, if you're okay, we can introduce our teams.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. What do we start with?
My name is Natalie Bullock. This is resources overseeing the benefits.
I'm Captain Matt Green.
How long have you
Been with the department for 24 years. I'm currently assigned to professional standards.
Liz Provencio, I'm first assistant city attorney, and have the privilege of being able to work with you all in the past and look forward to it this upcoming sessions.
I'm Maria Villagomez, Deputy City Manager.
I'm Freddie Martinez. I'm the interim budget director for the city.
Rick Riley, I'm the assistant director for the San Antonio Police Department.
I'm Deputy Chief Johnny Gomez. I oversee Patrol South Division.
Manuel Quinto Pozos, I'm attorney for the association.
Rachel Barnes, I'm
Jason Sanchez, treasurer for the union. 15 years now.
I'm Cynthia Lindley. I'm a detective in homicide. About 8 years.
James Van Kirk. I'm a sergeant on patrol division. 15 years.
My name is Stephen Brush. I've been on 7 years. I work at all.
My name is Ron Garcia. I've been on 18 years. I work West Patrol.
Then I'm Christopher Lutton. I'm a sergeant. Been on 25 years. Spent a lot of time with both the association and the department doing things. So I was your legislative liaison, your policy writer for a while. So I played both sides. So I think we're going to do good and get this done.
But thank you. And again, we are very excited to work with you in the upcoming sessions. What we wanted to do today is to go over ground rules and maybe start talking about dates for future meetings. So I'm going to ask Liz Provencio to go over the ground rules so there's an opportunity for us to review them and see if there's any changes that we need to make.
That work?
Yes.
Thank you. Just as a housekeeping matter, I'm going to go ahead and circulate a sign-in sheet for everybody to sign. So we've got that, and we'll be sure that you get a copy of it before you leave also. And while I'm talking through them, I'm also going to circulate copies, just so to the extent people want to follow along by paper, there's copies. And then we've asked Fabio, who's very generously supporting us today on the audiovisual, to go ahead and pull it up. So, yeah. So these look real familiar to you all because they were the ground rules used our last negotiating session. But I think it behooves us to sort of refresh our collective memories on what the intent is behind it and what we hope to be able to accomplish in working through the parameters that we set with our ground rules. So I'll just take them one by one, and then if we want to have further discussion about it afterward, we can do that. Does that work for everybody? Okay. So I appreciate that. So we'll start at the beginning with one which reflects the composition of our teams. We do have set out the number of members for each team. We have our provision that's in the collective bargaining agreement that talks about who's actually going to get time off. So this particular rule does not affect that provision in the CBA. And that's noted in the second sentence. When we move on to the next sentence, we talk about it's the respective bargaining teams that are engaging in the bargaining discussions at the table. So that's effectively those of us that are here at the table that are authorized by each of our constituencies to be able to talk through the issues that have been made priority for these discussions. What that means is our expectation is no outside discussion with council members. For purposes of trying to reach agreements on issues, those are to be brought here. And likewise, we're not going to do and run and go around to your members, right? So we recognize and respect you as the agent, and we expect that respect is the same in return. We talk about substantive experts. We recognize that, you know, there are specialty areas that we may get into, whether that be benefits, whether that be healthcare, other things. And there's going to be people with specialized experience that help facilitate those discussions and provide the necessary expertise for us to be able to have fruitful discussions at the table and fully inform the decision making. And so while the number of people on your team don't affect that, we just want to recognize the expectation that experts may be used. So moving on to deadline for initial proposals. And the big picture behind this is, and I think we've experienced it well in prior negotiating session, is so that we have an early set of expectations from you all about what is the range of issues, and likewise from us, what is the range of issues that we're going to be talking about for the totality of the contract. The hope is that we bring the topic areas at a minimum with which we're going to be engaging in discussion by the third substantive meeting. That way, again, early on, you have a sense of what our priorities are and our issues are for discussion and for resolution here at the table, and likewise would like that from you. Again, once the issue is raised, we can, of course, go back and forth in terms of different options that may accomplish that. But at a minimum, getting all the issues on the table early on by the third substantive meeting, that we believe has helped us in the past facilitate and have healthy discussion about it all. So then we get to our bargaining schedule and duration, and this is what we hope to have agreement with you all about, where we trigger our 60-day date. And we can make a decision about that, you know, as part of today's discussions. Do we want today to start our 60 days under Chapter 174? Do we want it to be the next meeting where we're effectively engaging more in a back and forth as a more substantive discussion? We can talk about that, you know, before the meeting's end, and then populate that date, and then 60 days from that date, so that we've got that fully set out. We're all aware of what that 60-day deadline, and then of course we're familiar with the 174 provision that allows us to extend by 15-day extensions. And so we're committed to this process, and we want to be sure that we just all have a meeting of the minds about what date triggers our 60 days. Moving on to tentative agreements, I think our practice in the past of capturing items as we go along as the consensus items in a tentative agreement, so that we can sort of chip away at the totality of the agreement is a good practice. And so our hope is to continue to do that, and that's reflected in number 4. Moving on to amendment of ground rules, we can always agree to amend should something sort of arise that changes the expectations on both sides. So we want to reflect that. 6 recognizes that we're going to hold these in normal business hours. We're going to do our best to make sure we've got the time set aside for the attention this deserves. And that also recognizes the need for caucus time, right? We recognize that as we give you or propose issues, you need time to be able to digest that with your team. And likewise for us, when you do that, we need time to be able to digest it with our team. And that's the purpose of that caucus time, so that when we do come together, we have been able to consult with our respective team members to have the healthy discussion at the table that's necessary to move the issue forward. As we move on to open meetings, it's a recognition that these are open meetings. We post them. Since our last cycle of negotiations, the posting time has changed by statute. Previously, it was 72 hours. Now we need 3 full days between our posting date and the day we hold the meeting. So we just have to be aware of that as we set our timelines and meeting times. It also recognizes in number 7 that we have subcommittee that we can do that doesn't require posting. It's a smaller number of people that get together to talk about issues. If we have a particular topic we want to muscle through in a subcommittee meeting, so that we come back to the big group in a public meeting to be able to talk through options that were discussed in subcommittee as consideration, and fuller discussion for the entire team. And so that recognizes that we do have the ability to do that, and hope that we can use the subcommittee work effectively on issues as they come up. We are recording the negotiations. That's reflected in 8. You're welcome to record them as well. And so we've got the live stream also set up, and when we post the link where the live stream can be found as well. So if that helps in you sort of disseminating information and getting it out, to make sure that whoever wants to watch live can watch live, whoever wants to watch recordings can watch recordings later, because we will upload those to the website afterwards, along with any of the materials that are exchanged. It goes without saying that we come here in good faith, but we'll say it because we mean it. We come here in good faith. We know we have that obligation, but more importantly, we believe in that obligation. And so we know you do too. And it's important to us to be able to reflect that in the ground rule too. Economic data and documents. This is our commitment as real time as possible to be able to exchange information that we're relying on as we present information to you all that requires calculations of dollars and cents and all the things that are important as we consider the totality of the contract. And likewise for you all. Subcommittees we've covered as part of the discussion with regard to open meetings. And I guess one of the pieces that I didn't hit when we were talking about open meetings in 7 is just for purposes of caucus time that it's a good thing for us to state out loud. Those are not public meetings, right? So caucus time is truly time for you to be able to talk amongst yourselves and have those intra-team discussions, and likewise for us. And finally, our final agreement will be a compilation of our tentative agreements coupled with whatever is, not touched in the contract as part of the discussions. And so those tentative agreements will then be put together in one document, so we have the ability to be able to go through that with you all, so you can present that to your members for their consideration and vote for ratification. And then, of course, we take that to our city council. So with that, are there any questions that anybody has? Any thoughts, any additions that we
Just the usual when we talk about dates,
Yes, sir.
right? The 60 days always ends up somewhere right around Fiesta. So we'll take some time to discuss where we want to end up. And then go from there.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
And one of the things that we will do, if you are all in agreement, for our subsequent meetings, understanding all of us have different commitments, we can discuss those dates or send them to you later so we can determine our next meetings as well. That is what we had on our side to discuss with you all, so I'll pass it over to you, Chris.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having us. Usual thing on ground rules, we do have a few new members that I want to make sure are good with it. Like Derek said, I had different color hair when I started this, so we're actually committed to make sure that we have a number of individuals available going forward. You want to take 5? Can we take 5 to just discuss so that I want to go over with my team just what dates look like, what that means with 60 days, and then see if we can get something else there. And then I think what we'll have is Jason will have his presentation. So we want to make sure that we give everybody enough time to be ready for that. So how about 10 minutes?
Sure. So it's 11:41.
Okay.
We'll come back. You want to do 11:51?
11:55.
Sounds
And that
good.
way,
11:55.
right before lunch. So if somebody wants to grab, if this is really enthralling entertainment, they can grab lunch and come back to it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess on dates, we want to talk about dates right quick.
Sure.
And I think what we're working on is Jason's presentation will probably be considered substantive. So if you want to call today the first day, we've been ready to go on it. So kind of no reason to start there. I think we're good with your 20th request that had been talked about earlier.
Okay.
And then I think if we did our calendar math, March 31st becomes the third meeting for proposals.
And then the 60 days would be April 1. I'm sorry.
March 31st.
Would be March
31st. That's the 6th.
We're saying March 6th, third meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the third
Oh, my
meeting.
bad. Okay.
Sorry, say that again.
Recommending March 6th for the third meeting. It's a Friday.
Okay.
That was done logistically for our team.
And we'll check dates on our.
Okay. Okay.
And then we're calling the 60th day to be March 31st.
There we go. I knew there was a 6 in there. Place.
There's a reason why you got a math.
So 20th of
February.
March 6th, March 30th.
It'll be March 31st will be the deadline, 60-day deadline, but I guess in March. We're just not available, depending on if you want to do Fridays. Manuel has a prior commitment on the 13th, so we're open for some meeting dates in there if you want to have more meeting dates.
Okay.
All right. And I guess there's no other questions there. Jason's good to go. I think we've talked to Fabian. Good to go.
That's the paper copies for the stacks of 3, which you'll see as a presentation, the draft language to support. So we'll call this our first substantive meeting. Our team was sat in July. We went through a summer camp, learning all the statutory authority that we have to be here and what we do and how we do it. That's going into our presentation for the kids today. You'll see the slides as they go forward. We'll speak to the actual article and contract where it's contextual clues. And then you'll see a slide number on the bottom right, which kind of reinforces it. The questions come up on a certain slide. Duration, we're recommending a duration of 3 years, and not just the physical years that we all roll into that 3-year period. Then September 31st of 2029. We do bargaining efforts in January 29, if that's accepted as a duration.
September 30th.
30th, mercy.
Yeah, y'all did it last time, so we just painted it. You never know, the calendar might change. All right, and so just a thought process on duration. I don't think you're not going to hear this from the city side. The next probably 4 to 10 years are going to be significant changes in policing in both department-wide and nationwide. So I think it gives us and the city an opportunity to keep up with things like that. If we go another 5-year contract, we sit for a while, but we believe there's going to be some changes coming that'll need more process time. And this is our commitment to make sure that we're delivering efficient services to the citizens.
Article 9 speaks to Labor Relations Committee. It allows labor and management to come together and discuss topics of interest. We're recommending 4 different changes inside of Article 9. First and foremost, and you look in section 1, you'll see that chief receives a recommendation from the LRC and then he gives a response. Towards the bottom of that last paragraph of section 1, it speaks to the response within 14 days. We're asking for the chief's decision to be included in that response, not just a receipt. Should be consistent with the entire paragraph, section that we're looking to cement that the actual response is included with the decision. In section 2, as you go through this process with LRC,
see great value in creating subcommittees to discuss certain topics. We've sat an LRC subcommittee for support. So we want to spell out that in the contract, what we're doing in practice actually mirrors what the contract provides. So section 2, we're asking for their authority of the subcommittees to act on a topic and define a solution. Section 4 is a new section out of Article 9, and that will give the subcommittee authority to discuss issues and solutions with employees and vendors. So in a hypothetical role, if a new body armor rolls out, this will give the authority to the subcommittee that would be in charge of reviewing body armor, the authority to go and talk to purchasing side of things and go and talk to vendors that are providing this in a subcommittee format. And conceptually, the subcommittee will receive a topic to review, and then they'll review the matter and they'll provide a recommendation to the actual LRC. And then the LRC itself would be the recommending authority to the chief for adoption of the or whatever issues come up inside LRC. Section 5 is just to create a standard operating procedure of the LRC. And that's an administrative issue to make sure that as a variety of issues come up within LRC, that they've got some standard platform that says, this is how we address requests, and this is how we, finalize decisions that will make recommendations to the chief. That's the intent behind section 5. Pause here if anybody's got quick comments or concern.
I think we discussed this before. There's just some confusion. The CBA is not an agreement between us and the chief of police. It's between us and the city. So a lot of city departments refuse to even acknowledge some of the LRC recommendations. And I think we've done a good job of staffing people who understand topics there. And there is a different, how do I want to phrase this? An undercover officer using a city phone, it shouldn't say City of San Antonio if he's calling to try and make a drug deal. And those are things that we find we're having to fight what we believe is common sense. And then we're being responded to saying, hey, this agreement's between you and the chief. I have nothing to do with it. So we'd kind of like a little bit more, not authority, but just make sure everybody understands it's the city and us.
Sure.
And like that.
And what we'll do is probably listen to the changes you're proposing, and then we'll work with them internally. Have an understanding.
Wonderful.
And then we'll come back with questions.
Okay. Okay. Article 10 speaks to safety and equipment. Inside that, you'll see in section 6, the ammunition that's issued every year. The firearms changed years ago. The Academy is issuing the correct ammunition for the firearms that are issued. The correct says they should be issuing 40 caliber ammunition, not 9mm ammunition. So this simply just updates the policy just updates that language so you match the ammunition the equipment is actually issued. Section 7, this is to include software and equipment that's critical to the missions of units to be considered for the Equipment Advisory Committee. And the Labor Relations Committee becomes Equipment Advisory Committee on topics such as new or outdated equipment. There's a conversation to be had about the scope of services that the Equipment Advisory Committee provides. And there's some confusion amongst some members of staff that the Equipment Advisory Committees loses any kind of input once the equipment's adopted rather. So concern is that we adopt, for instance, as we adopted co-band video systems, there was a life cycle of those systems, and they started out going great. And as they reached end of life, end of cycle, it should have been clear direction. Hey, we need to find a new product to replace it or update it to the latest model. So that's the intent of the Equipment Advisory Committee to continue that process throughout the entire life cycle of each equipment item that's adopted. That makes sense. Article 11 comes with promotions. I don't want too much depth in Article 11 right now, but what we want to point out was there were some concerns with the Academy staff that they were having difficulty getting materials fast enough based off of the timelines that are spelled out in Article 11. And so this first part of Article 11 is just to extend that timeline for sign up. It won't extend the timeline for how long materials are issued to the members. It just says we're going to back it up 60 days to allow that logistics channel to catch up to the demand cycle. So it just adds more time for the academy to order the materials based off of an earlier time.
To order more accurate materials, so you don't have an overage of materials or you don't have a shortage. So we don't believe this gives anybody any added favor for the exam. It just fits into the procurement process at times. I think we were short 30 or 40 sets on the lieutenant exam this time around. Yeah. So we think this is an easy change.
I'll save the reading verbatim of the actual language. Just want to drop that there in the slides for me to.
Sure.
Pretty straightforward. Second part inside of Article 11, motion sections 5 and 6, up to the promotion of assistant chiefs and deputy chiefs. Turns out that language that includes the different articles and sections that are applicable to the deputy chiefs and assistant chiefs are dated since 2002 and haven't been updated since the cycles have continued. And so that language is outdated unless you intended for the deputy chiefs to be able to have internal review procedures inside Article 29. They just need an update. And so we included a packet that spells out what the language was in 2002 and what it should be today. And then city side can decide what articles and sections apply based off what I think the original intent was. If intents change, you want to add different things, that's fine. You just want to put this on the radar to be updated since it's 23 years old. So it looks substantive, it looks like a big change, but it's really just saying take this paragraph and update it for the contract as part of commitment added. Article 13, hours of work. As I said previously, there is a subcommittee inside of LRC that's discussing and deliberating hours of work. This slide is simply put into the packet in the anticipation of hours of work being addressed in this contract cycle. The bottom bullet there is the staffing models that we're looking at inside that work subcommittee. Include hybrid models of staffing where today you may have a shift that has everyone working the same hours of work, whereas a hybrid model may have 8-hour group of employees on details. Detail that's an 8-hour detail inside of a patrol shift, and a detail that's a 10-hour detail inside of a patrol shift. So that patrol shift gets broken down into details. It matches the chain of commands definitions of what units are and details are. And so you may see more options inside of a patrol shift or a 10-hour shift or an 8-hour shift. And that work is ongoing and has not completed.
Okay. So at this point, you're not necessarily proposing, just putting it on the table that is being explored.
We have a request from members that a 10-hour work week would be desirable. So that's why we put in the LRC request. So.
Thank you.
Article 14 speaks to off-duty employment. There's two issues to talk about inside of Article 14 off-duty employment. First and foremost, the full point here where we speak to a off-duty event committee. And so there are events where you have a large concert or a large gathering inside of one of the city facilities where you would have an event commander and member of management overseeing that event. I think it speaks to ICS and NIMS. I'll leave it here on the surface level and say we're looking to have that formalized off-duty event commander position so that it can be staffed through the off-duty unit for off-duty events. Second up, off-duty employment. I'll let Chris speak to it. It's an increase on the rate of pay for officers and sergeants from 1.2 to 1.25.
Yeah, just a market adjustment. We're not going to go very much. This is a pass through the client. So it's going to go from the agreed upon 1.2 to 1.25. And then that'll put us in a better market. Some of the officers want to see a different percentage, but I think this one will address the concerns there.
Okay.
And then just on the first bullet, it's as event management has evolved, we saw the things from some catastrophes at events. And so you need to have the same structure. You're familiar with the OC. We have a supervisory level, but we've been hiring manner level, so that there's a direction from the top. And so all we're offering there is, let's just codify it, make sure that we're getting the right people into those places. And that'll be followed up with SOP changes inside of off-duty employment to identify individuals that.
So the changes in the current language is the police officer rank.
Mhm.
You want to open it to any rank that works.
No, just adding, we don't, we have supervisor and officer defined. What we want to add is just a command level officer that is in charge of the entire event.
Okay.
And so I think I brought this up with management, and they were in agreement. Close it at the collective bargaining.
Uh, 16K, so this, article speaks to that, language and employees. On this one, the market position recovery plan, it's the union's perspective that our market position, based off of raises that happen across the market, whether we talk about Houston, Dallas, any of those major metros. So what this proposal is now is 3% annual COLA that would occur in October. And then for a new methodology, we're looking at an hourly rate increase for employees. And so that'll take some discussion about the methodology for getting out the exact cost of it all. And so we're looking at a total of $5 an hour over a 3-year plan for the April raises. And it would be the first year you would see a 3% and $1 an hour raise. The second year would be a 3% and $2 an hour raise. The third year it's a 3% and $2 an hour raise. Broken up every 6 months. Kind of step into it per se.
I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat it back the way that I understood it, and you tell me I got it. So for every year of the contract, there are 3 years. Every year there's a 3% across the board or cost of living plus a $5 hourly rate in April.
So it would be the first April, which would be April 27th. Spelled out in the language that's attached to it all. In the first April, which would be April 27th, it's $1 an hour increase. And so that $1 an hour is looked at as an equal dollar for every member. So it'll help bring up the step A and lower patrol officer positions with a higher percentage increase with that $5 cost. And so it'd be $1 for 27, $2 and 28, $2. Article 16, Section 3 speaks to shift differential. We can break up shift differential into shift differential for units that start afternoon before 7 p.m. $4 a month, a $50 increase. For units that are in the overnight positions where they start after 7 p.m. on their tour of duties, we're looking for a total of a $600 shift differential with those units. That's pretty straightforward. We've got some math to show all that. That's the current position of breaking up shift differential to overnight differential shift. Article 16, Section 11 would be a new section inside of the contract. Used to a weekend differential. This one is pretty straightforward. It's for officers that are assigned to schedule to work on a Saturday. They would receive a differential of $150 a month. For officers that are assigned to support schedule for working on a Sunday, they would receive $150 a month. And those with combination. If the employee has Tuesday and Wednesday days off, they would be applicable for both the Saturday and the Sunday differential.
So in that example, the employee gets $300?
Yes, ma'am.
If they work both days.
So
And that's, I'm sorry.
No, so in our staffing review, we looked in September at staffing levels. There were 789 officers that had worked a single weekend day and 857 that worked both weekend days across the entire spectrum of 2,601 employees. I think it was that deep.
So this would be in addition to those that are working, let's say the overnight differential.
Yes.
600 plus another hypothetically 300 if they're working Tuesdays and
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Good.
Saturdays
Yeah.
and Sundays.
So what we're looking at is this is a market adjustment. The other major cities have jumped ahead of us in first year pay, starting officer pay. We look at this as helping on a market adjustment, has some value to do compensation this way for the city, but it also shows that could be a attractor for candidates. You know, if you look and say, hey, my first few years, I'm going to be more than likely on a evening or overnight shift and having to be away from the family on weekends. We've talked about it for the last couple of contract cycles. It's the carrot. It's an incentive there. And then as we talked inside of our changing of hours, there's also concerns with how do we get people to move? You know, an older officer, as their home life has changed or anything has changed, they can just sign up in shards and take advantage of these different incentives. And we're moving people to where we believe, or we're trying to attract people to where we believe we need experience and tenure, get some movement along the line so that we can balance out the shifts. But it has a dual role. It'll retain some of our older members. It'll take care of your newer members. And it has a value inherent to the way this is priced.
Article 17 speaks to death and family leave. There's bereavement that occurs when a member loses a family member or their spouse loses a family member. We're asking to include miscarriages in that list of people that qualify for the bereavement leave. About new family leave, strictly speaking, on 17 bereavement. Some longer conversations we had. It's not my decision.
Okay.
This one's always funny. Article 18 speaks of court and callback. There's a typo in the logic flow as you read the actual examples. It speaks to an Officer Jones going to court and Officer Sanchez getting reimbursed for it. And it's just kind of backwards. And as much, I had a friend on South Dog once, Craig Jones. Every time I went to court, he'd call me, hey, can I actually keep this one or not? So it's just a typo, just to clarify things, making sure the person actually shows up for court gets compensation. Article 21 speaks to vacation. Another typo. It should be an officer completes 10 years of service, not 10 years. But the typo is a couple of years. Article 22 speaks to miscellaneous leave provisions. This one, when we created the section 3, the 457 leave conversions, we did update section. So we missed that one last time around. We just looked to update that section 8, so it points out it's now Article 4 used to be our section 3 used to be section 3. This is a new ask inside of section 3, 457 leave conversion. We're asking for a relief. Without going into any details, there may be a time when the city manager decides to allow a modification or rescission. There's a long conversation we had. What we're asking for is that the way it sits right now, it's irrevocable. There may be an instance where an officer asks for relief through the chain of command to the city manager's office. So that's the change of looking at. As it sits right now, we've got a stone wall that says no every time. Not spotlight individual people. This what you beyond just nervousness of leaving that justify, put it on high burden so that it's not. Article 26 speaks to field training officers. We're asking for an increase on the FTO pay and reclassifying certain employees into different groups. In the FTO world, on the actual patrol level, when you're looking at it as a patrol officer, you have full-time FTOs and you have part-time FTOs. The full-time FTOs have the applicable stipend, and they take everybody that shows up first. The tempo inside of the academy right now is moving cadets through the process rather quickly. And so we're running out of FTOs. You see the bulletin once a week, once a month, they're asking for more FTOs to join the program. And so this, the intent behind modifying the incentive is to try and incentivize talent to add to the ranks of the FTOs and to create that. So we're looking for that healthy challenge to get to that position and bring it back up. The stipend is rather dated. And so what we're looking at is the full-time FTOs receive a $500 a month stipend to be the FTO, and they also receive an hour of compensation as they have an actual rider with them. As we speak to some of the FTOs, they're getting pretty heavily fatigued by the tempo. They're touching probationary officers twice in the cycle. Right? So right now, as a cadet graduates, they're promoted to probationary officer. They ride with an FTO for 3 training phases. Everything goes well, they go into 2 evaluation phases. So that ties up 14 weeks, that officer. And someone's got to be there to make sure that they're doing the right thing every day in the evaluation process, making sure that they actually know what they're doing before they go out on their own. And so we've identified those full-time FTOs. The part-time FTOs would not change as far as compensation, 1 hour for a training day. We're continuing to identify the FTO coordinator. And that is a member of management 10 and above that coordinates the entire program. We're just defining them as part of the support role. So as it sits today, you have a lieutenant who coordinates the entire thing. And then for every patrol shift, you have a field trained supervisor that makes sure that the process is completed appropriately and does a review with the probationary every week, make sure they're meeting targets and goals. So we identified field training supervisors as a member of that support staff. And then we're giving the management the authority to include a support cadre of staff that keep the paperwork moving. So right now, there's some people that are doing that work without compensation. So we're allowing the academy staff to be identified. They're actually putting support work into the FTO.
May come back to questions for them.
So, Article 30 healthcare. You've seen some great rewards with the CDH plan that we've adopted through the years. It's been going for 11 years. We want to double down on those efforts. We're asking for, going forward, for the HSA contributions from the city to be to half of the maximum allowable for the family. It's a large dollar figure, but as of right now, the family figure for 2026, the max allowable contribution is $8,750, ignoring age and other things that may change that. And so half of that would be, forgive me, is that in my head? About $4,375. And that's below the threshold for the individual. And so what that allows you to do is, as you're creating recruitment pamphlets, you can speak to having employees that are fully insured on the police side of things. That may be a very good talking point for your pamphlet. You can say that. What we've learned through the years is that as the employees transition over to the CDH plan, they've done a very good job of becoming good consumers with the money. And so that we'd like to kind of try and expand that. So as we cost this out internally, we speak to about 25% migration. Kind of a stab in the dark because we don't know for certain, but we kind of have an expectation. You may have more migration than that if you allow this to happen. And then at some point, if that happens, there may be a break-even point that makes the value plan too expensive to maintain for a small percentage of the population.
Is a proposal for this HSA to go out $4,375 for employee only and employee plus dependent and family?
Yes, ma'am. So the intent is that it ties in with every year the federal government comes out with inflation adjusted items. And we've spoke through the 30 process. We've made multiple MOUs along the way. As inflation occurs, they change the deductibles, they change the out of pockets, they change the maximum allowable contributions every year in May. So what we're hoping to do is set language in the contract that just automatically updates that as the government puts mandates on it. Article 30 was designed in the event that the government has imposed limits that have to change the plan, that we would meet again and confer on the topic and come to an agreement moving forward. Done those through MOUs. We just like to try and get closer to automation so there's less debate on it. Article 33, education incentive pay, section letter E, speaks to tuition reimbursement. It should say tuition rate, should not be the rate chart on the KSA, type on the contract. And number 3, we're saying all fees associated. There's been some debate and there's been some misunderstandings about what fees apply and which ones don't. The current practice has been that if the name of the fee doesn't match a name attached to TSA, then the fee should not be approved. Unfortunately, there's no standardized naming of fees inside of accredited colleges. And so what we've seen happen in actual practice is there's an employee that went to a online university. If he'd have been reimbursed fully with fees, his actual cost to the city would have been less than going to UTSA. So they feel shortchanged, but they don't file the grievance. So we've got this ongoing practice of trying to address. Conceptually, it may lend itself into further defining what fees are appropriate, what aren't. The union's position has always been that all fees are covered because there was no clear delineation, but someone along the way decided they're going to put some discretion into that. And so it's caused some frustration for them. We have a handful of cases for that, but that's the intent behind it. Letter E is a new sub. And it speaks to employees that go out and seek licensure or certification for job-related skill set. Highlight specifically, we have a TAC Med program, which are police officers that are trained in higher level of tactics and also in first aid and we're looking for emergency care. They get their EMT licensure. They're paying for that all out of pocket, and the unit doesn't receive any kind of stipend for those fees that they pay out of pocket. There's some annual training that occurs, and so all we're asking for here is just to cover those members that go out and get that licensure that the department benefits from, that the citizens benefit from having someone there in a hot zone or a warm zone that can actually start rendering aid immediately. We've seen a handful of critical incidents that tech medics have actually gone in and actually interceded, saved lives, just being there and being skilled and knowledgeable. We have a member on the team that can speak to it all. I don't think he's in the room today, but the tech med program has benefited both sides, both in officer-involved shootings and in critical incidents where it's a civilian that's being treated by a police officer who's PMT certified.
Do you think this will increase the number of officers being interested in getting the certification?
Not quite certain how many more people would start chasing that certification, and we may have to deliver it. Article 34 speaks to certification instructors pay. Years and years ago, Caucus used to be the industry that certified Texas police officers, is now T-Cole. So this is just a language catch up to update the language should have updated 2 cycles. When T-Cole stood down, T-Cole stood down. Almost there. Section 6 speaks to the master plan documents. Inside of our 30-week debate, the merits of what should be included in exclusions or inclusions. There's 2 items on the exclusion list that we'd like to remove so we start treating those categories of care. First and foremost, on a personal level, is family and marital counseling. It's been excluded from coverage inside of the master plan document, so it's not covered as a service. We'd like the city to start covering family and marital counseling. Second to that, also, I guess on a personal level, is tobacco cessation. Inside the master plan document, it doesn't allow tobacco cessation, and we think that that's probably up the living. At some point, the city should be encouraging people to quit smoking if they're smoking and dipping or whatever they tobacco is utilizing. It's going to have great health benefits in the long term. One, Chapter 7 covers the retiree healthcare fund language. Article 31 speaks to the retiree healthcare fund language. Attachment 7 is a copy of the most recent copy of the retiree healthcare fund language. And this is just catching up to 2025 legislation that occurred. There were substantive changes in 2025 in the language of the county healthcare plan. There were some changes in 2023. It started in 2007, so let's do some updates. That is the proposal in its entirety.
Thank you, we appreciate. Before we caucus and review it in more detail. Then we will take a caucus to review it. We'll call you, probably when we're ready. We did order some lunch, so we'll have some sandwiches.
Thank you. You want sandwich?
Thank you.
These are high end product. Let's
Okay, so we are back in session. Again, thank you for the detailed proposal. We really appreciate it. We have some questions that we would like to go over with you. But before we do that, we would like to provide you with the ground rules. And from what we shared with you this morning, we added on item number 3, the bargaining schedule duration for the first 60 days. So day 1 is today, and then day 60 will be March 31st. And if you guys are okay with that, then Liz and Manuel will be signing this document. But do that at the end. So we had a few questions on what you provided to us. As we continue to review it and evaluate it as well. And beginning on slide number 3, when it comes to the Labor Relations Committee, we wanted to hear a little bit more some of the concerns perhaps around some of the changes so we can best address them and evaluate them. So specifically on the change to ask for a decision from the chief within 14 days. Just from what I hear from my understanding is that sometimes the LRC will provide a recommendation, but the chief may have additional questions. He perhaps may only have a limited information to go by. So we were trying to understand the 14 days and see there was some flexibility to expand that. But more importantly, to try to address any concerns so we can incorporate in our evaluation.
I think we're amenable to at least keeping it on a status list that says, hey, we have additional questions for this matter. We can get the answers to this and this, and it just cycles back through the secondary. Not saying that he's tied to that 14 days, but if he has additional questions that may sway his opinion.
On the write-up for section 4, under the authority to contact and investigate.
Maria,
Yes.
do you mind if we put that up there so we
Of
can
course,
follow
yes,
along
yes,
with
yes.
that? Yeah,
Presentation.
Yeah, why don't we just put
Specifically.
why don't we just put up the presentation? And
Yeah, that's fine.
everybody's reference in there.
She's
Sorry, I
using the
misunderstood
specific
that.
language.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're on slide number 3. Okay, so for that section 4, we just had a couple of questions. So the request is for committee members to have the authority to contact city offices or individuals inside and outside the department during the course of their duties to collect information and necessary data. So my question is, we want this committee to contact, let's say, procurement or ITSD, as opposed to going through a civilian assistant director within the police department?
So this is secondhand information for me. So the intent was that as LRC is deliberating issues, they find roadblocks as they go to other departments to ask interrogatories or questions about a topic. And I realize I'm being super general right now because I don't have percent info on exactly what issues they were. I can't give you a punch to say all these times something happened. I just meant to say that there's been concerns that they're experiencing difficulty just talking to other city employees about the topics. And so they've been pushed backwards saying, hey, this is not your issue. And so if we're going to deliberate body armor and to consider implementation of body armor, then it seems relevant to be able to go to the purchasing department saying, hey, what's the timeline it takes to start the contract and so on and so forth.
I think one specific that we can bring up is the specs of our computer replacement. So if you're looking at, say, homicide or a robbery detective, and maybe Stephen on yours, as you're collecting evidence, the computers are spec'd out. Either you're the high-speed ITSD programmer, or you're just the admin that needs Word and everything else. But if you're trying to find, what do you call those when the security cameras come in 8 or 9 screens at a time? Well, no, like if you go out to a business and they have their CCTV, and some of the computers are not designed to do.
Or
Oh yeah, you're in homicide.
Facebook and Instagram warrants are a great example. So they send those in an HTML file, which requires you to open the browser. Most computers, standard issue, don't need a ton of RAM, but when you have a thousands and thousands of page document of a deceased victim's Instagram return, it will simply not open on a lot of computers.
So it has to do more with the specifications.
Well, that's just the specific
Yeah.
example. You
That's
know,
an
as
example.
we're going through it, that's what we're running into. And ITSD was the department that said, hey, your CBA is an agreement between you and the chief, not us. And you know, we have our LRC committee members saying, hey, one of them is actually a pretty good tech guy, saying, this is what you need as a build out. And they're just told, hey, you don't need it. And as much as I tell a detective, if it takes 5 hours for you to find out that the HTML doesn't work, then that's 5 hours you sit there. Maybe you can find something else to do, maybe you can't. But if we're talking about the efficiencies and things like that of the department, I think we could get into a little bit more working relationship with ITSD to come out and actually sit down with it. I mean, we talk about all of these, you know, your KPIs for a homicide detective. If it takes 4 hours to get 0 return and you can't help that family out, that becomes a whole thing. And with like Cynthia being a forward-facing person and your ITSD people don't talk to the public, there's a severe breakdown. And then trying to get our LRC involved, and you run into these headwinds that just nothing gets accomplished.
So in this example, it's going directly to ITSD? But you're
Or the spec out or something like that. Just getting some sort of work together on that. And I think Guido is our IT guy, puts together some decent packages. He's very knowledgeable about it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
It's not about bypassing the civilian director, police department. It's about trying to come to a conclusion to make a recommendation.
Sure.
And so as Detective Lacotti's looking at the computers in homicide and realizing there's no cookie cutter solution to this, they need additional RAM, they need a hard drive. Just should be able to go to ITSD and say, hey, spec out this type of computer, what would it cost? And then you can go and say, hey, chief, I recommend you buy 6 computers for homicide that meet this specification for these reasons. And then it's going into the purchasing process and being directly involved in the budget process. But that's the intent.
No, this is very helpful. And I'm thinking that some of those things are maybe changes that we can make today.
Yeah.
Because having some of the department like ITSD maybe work or be a liaison with LRC or maybe have a different involvement. This is helpful for us to try to very good. I think that was on labor relations. Those are all the notes I have. I don't know if anybody else from the other questions.
I have one question, Maria, if I could
Sure,
just on the, going back to the section 4 language, the subcommittees regarding authority and protection. I know we have the protection language talking about the work that members do in the LRC as part of that particular article. I just wasn't sure. I mean, authority seems a little bit broad. to add to it because you're delegating to a subcommittee member for a very finite amount of authority. So I guess my question is I understand like the protection extending to explicitly subcommittee members, but I don't know what you mean by authority. Like beyond what they're authorized to do as a subcommittee member, because they're not members.
Go back to the body armor scenario. If you have a police officer that has a working knowledge of body armor per se, and we identify them as a subcommittee member of the body armor team, then they should be able to conduct the business as if they were a sitting member of the LRC just for the investigatory process. I don't know if investigations is the right word to use, but in that, the research process, they just have the same authority as if they had been a sitting member, but they're not making recommendations to the chief. They're just coming back to the actual LRC and saying, we've looked at this as best we can. This is our recommendation to the chief. And then it goes forward. So there may be another word used besides authority, but it's giving them the effective ability to conduct the research, to come up with a recommendation as if those 4 members of LRC had delegated their power to let them go do the work. Act as an agent, maybe, or
What we would see is more of the subcommittee being able to work around, not always having to go back to the committee. Similar to, right, hey, I want to talk to you, Jason's on the committee, send your question through Jason. And now kind of negates having a subcommittee because you're still bringing this group in to handle.
So you want to make sure that if you delegate that authority and, well, that authority, everybody understands that it's clear that they're speaking on behalf of that committee member.
just acting as an agent as they're
Sure.
doing the research.
On safety and equipment on page 4 of the presentation. Oh, okay. So just wanted to clarify, just to make sure that we understand the intent of the language on section 7. As we, the way that we understand it is to change the scope of the equipment to include software and for this group, for the LRC to have some sort of feedback throughout the entire life cycle of the equipment. So I was asking Rick, for instance, for vehicles, since this is one of our largest assets, I believe you guys get reports in terms of those vehicles. So I would assume that there's that communication during the life cycle. As I'm trying to think of how we would implement it for the other pieces of equipment, I was having a hard time trying to figure that out. The vehicles is easy, but as I think of your computers and your, protective equipment, your radios and things like that, what would you envision?
I think part of the project life cycles is there's a number of things that just get signed off on that say, hey, when funding becomes available, we'll do this.
Right.
But it's never delegated out to anybody to pursue funding or to do follow-up or anything else. So I think one part of that is if you have a dedicated committee already doing it, at least they can keep current on it. I think we envision it, right? If it gets signed off on, someone's got to do the budget improvement, has to do the research, has to submit it, but some of them just end up in a file. I think somewhere, correct me if I'm wrong, fiscal's been identifying life cycle changes and with the SAP upgrades and everything else, things get moved down lower that aren't there. I think that was, I'll run on Jason's body armor. We believe there's an equipment list for every San Antonio police officer. And I don't know, has anybody actually done a budget improvement? Are we still short on rifle rated armor?
Do we have a grant?
Yeah, we're taking a grant.
Yeah,
to
it's
help
the
fill
grant,
that for new officers, right?
Yeah, for the new
We're
officers.
fine, but as we've added
Yeah.
officers, we need to add those.
Yeah, and so that's where we wanted. If you have somebody who sat on a committee that did the initial research, then you have a built-in person who already has ownership in the project. I think what happens is, hey, this is approved, and eventually when we find money, we want if we all believe this is a good idea, then someone has to be given the responsibility of pushing the good idea ahead. But sometimes it just kind of falls on deaf ears.
So you're thinking that for the department to have life cycle replacement for the equipment that the LRC agrees on, the radios, of course, we have it for vehicles.
Well, I think in your procurement process, most everything, if I remember it right, is a consumable, right? We're going through it, or you have, I'm gonna kill this, but your bigger purchase. So rifle rated or body armor's 5 years, because I think that is DOJ recommendations. So if we start identifying stuff that needs to be replaced, it doesn't always become that crunch time budget crisis of trying to find money to replace it. So we just get it on a regular schedule of how do we use this resource? What's its durable life, and how do we get rid of it? PCRs is every 5 years. And so they send it out, you get one Excel spreadsheet, you get to choose from 3 models. I mean, that's what I believe is envisioning. Let's not run something for 10 years that has a shelf life of 3.
And as written, the goal is for the Equipment Advisory Committee to have an advisory role throughout the life cycle of police-related equipment. So, and your example for body armor, for example, that the LRC provides advice on how frequent, the frequency of that replacement, working through that committee.
And as you know, it's just the technology curve. And I'm sure someone much more digital than I am is, as technology catches up, we're buying stuff, and then you know that was the thing. Does every laptop need Word on it, or do you get the software as a subscription?
Sure.
And then CAD systems, all of those, they have finite lives, need the updates, need everything else, and all of that adds up to how the laptops run and everything else.
Sure. Okay. So the next section where we had questions was on off-duty employment, and that is line number 9. Actually. So a question that we had for the event commander, is that any rank of a police, could be police officer, sergeant?
From my experience, you could have a sergeant or above doing it.
Sergeant.
Yeah, we do have some sergeants that have worked some major events, and that's why I said it would be a policy, an SAPOA change over there for qualifications. You have a number of officers who participate in the incident management team that have some there. We're just identifying, I'll tell you, when I went back to off duty, it was right after, there was a lot of talk on the Travis Scott incident and then how do you deploy people. So I think we need to people to have identifiable characteristics or at least experience, and then those are the ones we use there so that we try to keep it as a response over at the concert. Say Shakira, right? There when we had the postponement, you need to have somebody that is part of the chain, is delegating it down. So we have initial builds on how we staff those.
Okay, so sergeant or above.
Yeah.
And then the other change would be the hourly rate based on a captain.
Yeah. That stays in line with other references we use.
And then large events, is there any sort of definition what a large event would be?
We were kicking around concerts, sporting events. This would probably be more contained to the Alamo Dome because we work with the Alamo Dome management. There's a few things there, the command center, and you break it up that you have a floor commander, the rest of building commander. I can bring specifics of how we staff those events so you can see it as a building.
Got it. And again, this is something that is charged to the event sponsor.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Is it kind of a judgment call, like based on the event, whether there's alcohol or how many people are there?
No,
Get an event?
so the Alamo Dome has very specific staffing. And so it'd be over there. It'd be probably size, entertainer, what we believe is coming as a crowd. But I would say almost every Alamo Dome event we have a commander. It's just that they're paid the same as every other supervisor. And if there's a point in time when I can't find a commander, and I go to everybody and I say, hey, who wants command? Everybody's all, hey, I get paid the same as this person. Why am I going to take added liability? So it's kind of there, correct? Captains make a pay, sergeants make a pay.
Okay, then moving on to pay. And we have to do some work over here, so we may have some additional questions, but just one of the things that we want to make sure that we were understanding as we are going to calculate it is, so as we have discussed, and I'm sorry, is it's slide 10. Yeah. So at 3% across the board for every year of the contract, so that's about 9%. And then the $1 per hour. So for budgeting purposes, each officer works 2,080 hours. So that would be an additional $2,080 per officer. And in year 2, 4,160, and then year 3, 4,160. So for purposes of base pay, if I'm understanding that correctly, it's a 9% over the 3 years plus 10,400 over the 3 years. Is that accurate?
Costs out pretty close to about 2.5% for each dollar. Based on the population we have on September 8th.
Right, and depending on the rank, and yes. Okay, so that is helpful, and then and that it's only impacting base pay, and of course, as we calculate the overtime, of course, that's how we would reflect it in the wage schedule. I think that those are all the questions. The rest are just things that we have to review and make sure that we understand correctly. And we may have more questions, but at this point, I think that was all the questions we had.
I just had one of going back to the Alamo Dome. There a sort of is there a trigger that says event commander by that being is expected crowd? I know because you said football games and obviously
Right now,
more often than not, UTSA or other colleges draw more crowds than let's say a high school football game unless it's the day like that. So just like that, we understand that we probably needed an event commander beforehand, so you're not looking a day before or 2 days out. You know what I'm saying? You know ahead of time.
we staff
can plan it
We
out.
have built-in staffing models. We work with the Alamo Dome management. And so depending on configuration of the dome, almost, I can't say, I would say every large event in at least the past 4 years, we always designated an event commander. We had, there was a time when field surges, everything is there. So we have a cadre of captains that work, most of them. I've invited other captains in there. With this, we got with, it's called NCS4, and it's a training cadre that comes down and talks about large scale events. We started a quarterly training with them with the worst one happening in the last week of April, and then with a continuing in August. So this is setting up that current practice. We have it. Commander makes the same as a sergeant. And so some people find it there, but then I see, you know, when Park Police started asking our officers to work for them, we saw that every event of theirs has a commander. We had already kicked it around, so yeah. We'll have SOP doesn't reflect the commander, but the practice of hiring a commander has been there, so that there's always someone available for the incident.
And I was just asking, so what triggers somebody getting paid at this rate and at this versus the supervisor rate? That makes sense. That was one of the reasons.
Yeah,
To
you
separate
know,
the two.
yeah, I'll make sure.
Anything that
that's done.
helps that
Okay,
differentiate
covered on
those different costs.
okay.
Any other questions? Well, those are all of our questions. Again, we're very grateful for the work that you put in providing us this proposal. We'll continue to evaluate it and we'll be able to give your response on the 20th. I think that was in the text of it.
Say yes to March 6th. Still up here. Did we grab the dollars?
No, I
I
got you.
agree. Okay, well, thank you very much. And this is the end of session 1.